Testing, testing. This is a mic test.
This is a mic test, ABC. 1, 2, 3.
This is also a mic test on the main mic. This is a mic test on the moderator mic.
This is a mic test on one of the candidates.
I'm under your.
Oh,
you say that. That's okay.
We are mic testing on the moderator mic.
I am mic testing louder and more.
I am super close to the moderator mic.
I am super close to the candidate mic.
I am still super close to the moderator mic.
I'm further away from the candidate mic.
Final mic test for now, at least for those who are hanging out with us on Facebook while we do our mic test. Thank you for being here. We'll see you at 6 p.m.
1, 2, 3, ABC.
Mic test. This is a mic test from the moderator's mic. This is a mic test from the moderator's mic. Mic test. This is a mic test from a candidate mic. This is a mic test from the candidate mic. Second mic test from the moderator mic. Second mic test from the moderator mic. Second mic test from the moderator mic. Second mic test from the candidate mic. Second mic test from the candidate mic. Second mic test from the candidate mic. Final moderator mic test. Final moderator mic test. Final candidate mic test. Final candidate mic test. Button. Make sure your red light is on. And then when you're done,
Good evening. We definitely have a packed house here. We're going to go ahead and get started. You can't hear me? Okay. My name is Julia Hill Nichols, and I'm the president for the League of Women Voters, Lower Cape Fear. On behalf of the League, I am pleased to welcome you to tonight's Southport Municipal Candidates Forum, which is being held at the Southport Community Building. This event is sponsored by the League of Women Voters, and to moderate the forum, we brought in Nikolai Mather, WHQR. We are excited to bring candidates and community members for what promises to be an important and informative discussion. I'm bending down because we deeply appreciate the willingness of the candidates to participate in tonight's forum, as well as the commitment of community members to learn more about those seeking to serve as mayor or on the City Southport Board of Aldermen, and their perspectives on governance issues facing our town. If you're not familiar with the League of Women Voters, we are a non-partisan, nonprofit organization committed to voter education and helping to ensure a well-informed electorate. The League does not endorse any candidate or political party. Tonight's forum is designed to provide the public with an opportunity to hear directly from town council, town alderman candidates regarding significant community issues, with an emphasis on fairness and equal opportunity for all candidates to share their views. And I want to go off script here for just a second. Our job here tonight is to listen. That's our job, is to listen to what these folks have to say to us. So as you think about that, and you may hear some things that's like, oh, I like that. Please keep those to yourself. We are here to listen, and we want to use this time as wisely as we can. Our established protocol ensures that every candidate receives a range of questions and equal time to respond. All questions are reviewed in advance for appropriateness and fairness. Both candidates and members of the public were invited to submit questions ahead of the forum. Okay, so here you're going to hear it again. The audience ground rules. Who knew you'd have ground rules? Before introducing our monitor, I'd like to review several ground rules for audience members. Please silence your cell phones. Everybody says, yeah, but silence those cell phones. Thank you. We ask that you refrain from applauding or otherwise demonstrating support or opposition to any candidate during the forum. Applause is encouraged at the conclusion of the event. Did we all hear that? Yes, great. No audio or video recordings of the forum is permitted by the audience members. Unauthorized recordings are not allowed. The forum will be presented in its entirety and not edited. The forum should be broadcast either live or soon, and it is being streamed, as I understand it. Yes. Thank you. As for how the forum will be conducted, each candidate will have 2 minutes for their opening statement. Each candidate will be given 1.5 minutes to respond to questions that we present. At the end of the forum, each candidate will have 3 minutes for a closing statement to share their vision for governing Southport. All responses will be timed by members of the League of Women Voters. We have a timer right here. Timer visible to all candidates. A couple of notes before I turn this over and introduce Nikolai. One is that I received a note this evening from Nelson Adams. He is a candidate for a board of aldermen. He regrets to inform you that he will not be able to attend the candidates forum this evening. Recently had surgery and is recovering. I'm happy to report that my tests were negative for cancer, and I have been given a clean bill of health. So understand why he is not here, and we certainly wish him the very, very best. Next, I want to call out a very special league member, a longtime citizen of the City of Southport and past coordinator of many league forums. Barbara Burrell is not able to join us this evening, but we want to honor her for her deep faith in democracy and educating voters through the forum process. So thank you, Barbara. She's not here tonight, but please, round of applause. At this time, I am pleased to introduce our moderator, Nikolai Mather of WHQR. Nikolai covers rural communities in Brunswick, Pender, and Columbus counties. He is a graduate of UNC Charlotte with degrees in genocide studies and political science. And before joining WHQR, he reported on religion in Athens, Georgia, as well as local politics in Charlotte, North Carolina. So I will now turn it over to Nikolai. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, how's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? I want to give a quick moment for everyone to give themselves a round of applause for being politically active and showing up tonight to hear from these candidates. So thank you everyone for coming out. So we are going to kick things off with the mayoral forum. This part of the forum features candidates running for Southport Mayor, a role that carries distinct responsibilities in Southport's governance structure. We'll begin with opening statements, followed by questions, curated to reflect community concerns and the unique powers of the mayor's office. And of course, we'll close with closing remarks. So let's kick it off with opening statements. Each candidate will have 2 minutes to introduce themselves and share their story of why they wanted to take a seat as mayor of Southport. We'll begin with Dr. Hayden. Sir?
Thank you, and I want to thank the league for sponsoring this event, and I want to thank all of you for being here tonight. A lot of familiar faces, so glad that you're here, and I'm happy to be here, so thank you. First of all, I want to wish my father-in-law a happy 93rd birthday. I do so William Elliott Hickman, also known as Sonny Hickman, Southport native. Born in Dozier Hospital, 1932. So part of the reason I'm running for mayor is to continue that beautiful, sacred Southport spirit. And we want to continue that into the 21st century, but also with innovation. We're not against that. As you know, I was former mayor. I was also your ER doctor. And I'm hoping that when you saw those red shoes, you said, thank God he's here. And I hope you'll say that when I come back as mayor. As mayor, we had some great accomplishments. We got $5 million for waterfront stabilization. We regionalized our sewer. We had kayak launch, Taylor Field. So we did do some good things, but you may want to ask, why am I running? I never planned to run again for mayor, but so many citizens asked me to do so that I felt like it was my duty and my obligation and my ability and my wanting to serve the citizens of Southport. So I thank you all for being here.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on now to Mr. Richard Alt, or Mayor Richard Alt, excuse me. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Well, my name is Rich Alt, and I'm the mayor of Southport, and obviously I'm running again for that position, and I'm asking you for your help in that matter. I have been married for 43 years to Deborah, who's sitting over here. We have 2 accomplished daughters, and we have 3 granddaughters. And the one thing we have in common, all of us, is that we use Deborah as our North Star. She keeps us on the right track and moves us all forward as a family. I'm asking for your votes to continue what we've been doing in the last a little over 2 years here, and that is advancing policies and procedures. When I first came on as an alderman, we virtually had none. That was uncalled for for a city that's been around since 1792. So I want to advance those things. I want to bring professionalism up, and in the professionalism, we've hired a bunch of a bunch of people over the last 3 years. So it crosses over both mayoral terms, but they've been allowed to run and bring the whole city forward. We have now a professional city clerk. We have sitting back there at that table two of our rock stars, our PIO and our community relations director. We have a professional HR director. We now have a very professional finance officer. If you've tracked us in the past, our finance department was a shambles. We missed 9 out of 11 audits and nobody seemed to care, but we do care now. And we have 2 engineers that are there and we have a city manager. So I'm going to ask you for your vote and we're going to have these questions and hopefully you'll see what we've done further. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on to the question portion round. As a reminder, you have 1.5 minutes to answer each question, and we will begin again with Mayor Alt. Sir, Southport's historic character is central to its identity. How would you balance preservation with economic development? You have 1.5 minutes, sir.
Well, we're doing that now. We started that 3 years ago, I think, with the Historic Preservation Committee, and actually tomorrow at 11 o'clock. If you've got nothing to do, please come down and sit through that. We'll be talking about what the 3 years worth of work has resulted so far, and the Board of Aldermen will be asking questions of the commission to figure out what's to answer some of our questions on that whole issue. So it's a delicate balance. We want to have economic development to bring into the city at all different parts of it, both the old historic part and the newer parts that are running up to 11. At the same time, we want to keep that small town fishing village. I was talking to Howie from the airport today, and we were using the same town, Sag Harbor. Sag Harbor figured it out. And they figured out how to keep that charm. They were a small whaling village that we both know about, and we want to figure out how we can take Sag Harbor. What did they do with the policies and procedures? What did they do with the laws? How did they get to keep it the same way? It's longer, more buildings, but it's the same way that you look at it as 50 years ago. I went back there 2 years ago. It's the same town. And it's a beautiful town, and we should use those types of communities as an example for best practices. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll repeat the question too for you, Dr. Hayden. Southport's historic character is central to its identity. How would you balance preservation with economic development? You have 1.5 minutes, sir.
Thank you. First of all, to say that Southport had no policies and procedures, we probably didn't have the policies and procedures that he's used to where he came from. But, you know, Southport is unique and we should keep our uniqueness. And we don't have to be like another city. Be who you are. That's why you're here. In terms of the historic, how to balance the historic character and economic development, if you protect your historic character, you'll have economic development. People come here in part for the history of the town, the Cape Fear River, our yacht basin, our historic homes, our NC Maritime Museum, our river pilots, the old man and the boy, Tom and Pete Hickman, who are related to Tish. In fact, Tom Hickman and the old man and the boy is her great grandfather. So that historic character is here, protected. And if we do that, then from tourism, our local businesses, they will thrive. And then the sales tax from that, you know, we generate a lot of that. So maybe in this next term, we all write letters to say, maybe we could redefine how we get our sales tax and get more of that. But that's how we balance it.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on to question number 2, and we will begin with you, Dr. Hayden. The mayor appoints committees that influence planning and community engagement. What criteria would guide your appointments? You have 1.5 minutes, sir.
Southport has such great talent. All of y'all, except for like Mary Ellen, came here from somewhere. And she's very talented also. And she served our city in many capacities. So the first criteria would be just your willingness to serve, wanting to be a part of Southport. And secondly, what is your background? Is it architecture? Is it finance? Is it history? Whatever it is, we have these wonderful city committees, Parks and Rec, Forestry, Beautification, and it gives people a chance to be a part of where they live. So I think the biggest criteria is your willingness to serve. And I think that when someone wants to serve and continue to serve, I don't think we should do anything that would prevent them from doing so. And that has been happening on some of these committees, and I think that's wrong. So as long as you want to serve and feel like you have a talent, then we welcome you.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on now to Mayor Alt. The question is, the mayor appoints committees that influence planning and community engagement. What criteria would guide your appointments? You have a minute and a half, sir.
I think that whole topic needs to be reviewed as to where we are. We want people that are nice. Obviously, we want people that can play in the sandbox of life, but we also want people with merit. It doesn't make any difference whether I've known you for 50 years or 5 years. What you're looking for on these committees and boards are professional people that are going to bring professionalism to the thing. That does not mean, let's not translate that into trying to turn this into Myrtle Beach, okay? That's absolutely, I've spoken on this 100 times. We want to keep the charm of Southport. We all came here for that reason, and we want to keep that place, but we have to do better at who we're appointing to these boards. And you do not get a life appointment. If a bunch of people come in and they have better skill sets, or we want to look at it a different way, that's perfectly acceptable. That's the normal business practice, that you look at people, you evaluate them compared to the other people who have applied, and you don't get any extra points just because you've been here or done something for a long time. It's merit-based. And so as we go through the next couple of years, I think that's one of the main points that we need to start looking at as to how we appoint people, who we appoint, and we've done great things because they're now all monitored. So this are the Board of Aldermen, the Board of Adjustment, and the Planning Board are all filmed and recorded.
Thank you, sir. I'll have you kick off the answers for the third question. Southport's infrastructure, especially stormwater and traffic, needs attention. What leadership would you bring to these long-term challenges? You have a minute and a half, sir.
Well, I have an advantage that when I went to Department of Homeland Security, I was actually in charge of a unit that looked at critical infrastructure throughout the United States. So I bring those 9 years worth of experience with me. We have, in the last 2 years, developed an 11-point program for stormwater. I'm not going to go through all of that because I'm going to use up my 90 seconds for that, but it's comprehensive. It goes from fixing drains to clearing out ditches, which we hadn't done for years, to applying for and getting grants and we just applied for another major grant that we're starting at Dozier Hospital, Fodell, Stewart, the traditional places of the flooding, and we're going to replace all the piping. We're going to try to keep the hospital from flooding every time it rains heavily. If anybody's been here, you know the front parking lot, the very front of the hospital, and the lobby fill up with water. We're working on all of that. We're also got the Department of Transportation. I want to compliment Mayor Pro Tem Rebecca Kelly for helping on that issue, in which we got them to do a feasibility study for the Moore Street over the top of Bonnets Creek. That normally takes 7 years to do. They did it for us in 363 days. And now we're seeking funds from the state government to do that 1.5 million project that will increase flow by 400%.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on now to Dr. Hayden. Sir, Southport's infrastructure, especially stormwater and traffic, needs attention. What leadership would you bring to these long-term challenges?
In terms of stormwater, when Gordon Hargrove was city manager, we walked a good bit of this city, in particular where flooding was, in numerous places. In particular, we had a spot right there in front of Oliver's. So he and I went down there. I called Mr. Jim Powell, former alderman who knows a lot about stormwater pipes and that type of thing. And we came up with a plan to fix that area. What we knew is that we had to have a city-wide stormwater solution, and that was going to require three things: lawyers, engineers, and money. We have engineers. We're looking for funding, and it's if we don't solve it citywide, then it will not work, and that's what we're trying to do. And they have feasibility studies for this. Mr. Alt and that board has been continuing the work that we started on stormwater. If you go down Fodale, I went through all those ditches on those homes back there that they needed to be cleaned out. And Tish and I were here during Florence, and we had a lot of flooding. Fodale became a lake, no doubt about it. But I don't ever remember the lobby being flooded, so that did not happen. But anyway, that's what I would do in terms of stormwater.
Thank you, sir. We'll have you kick off question number 4. How would you ensure transparency and accessibility in your communications with residents? You have a minute and a half, sir.
Well, when I was mayor, we started live streaming the meetings. We started a newsletter, monthly newsletter. I wrote a column every month. We did videos to update our citizens. I wrote columns for the pilot. We had very little closed session. If you noticed this last year, this board has a lot of closed sessions. We kept that to a minimum. The more you communicate with the citizens and the more open you are, the stronger your government is. We had Meet the Mayor once a month. And that was particularly rewarding because the exchange of ideas and the fact that they knew once a month they could see me. Then of course COVID came and we had to stop that. But the accessibility that citizens had with me is important. And you've seen me out in our community. And I've been here 40 years, either lived or worked in Southport for 40 years. My hair used to be jet black, believe it or not. I wish I had a picture to show you. But anyway, so that's how.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on now to Mayor Alt. Sir, how would you ensure transparency and accessibility in your communications with residents? You have a minute and a half, sir.
My recollection is a little different of the facts, but I'm not going to get into that. It is true that we started recording the Board of Alderman meetings under Mayor Hayden. I do remember having this conversation with Gordon about the fact that we needed to do that, but it did take place under Mayor Hayden. Since that time, we've expanded on that. So the planning board has all of their meetings recorded now, and you can go back and find not only find minutes that are as good as they can be, but they're not as good as listening to the actual wording of people. We also now, and this is a board, these are board issues. So please, I don't put I in front of any of this. The board voted for these things. The board also voted for the record all of the Board of Adjustment meetings because there were comments coming out of that rumor control that was disturbing. I'm not sure that they were true. And but we start recording those as well, and that keeps everybody on their toes and in line, so the citizens know exactly what happened. So you don't have people running around on social media telling them that this happened or that happened when it really just never occurred. I'm very accessible. People see me all the time, and I'm walking around, and the board is very accessible. The Board of Aldermen is very accessible, and we all talk, whether we have the same. And I thank you for the pinging.
It's all good. Thank you, sir. All right, I will have you open up question number 5. How do you plan to collaborate with regional transportation and emergency services to address hurricane preparedness and evacuation logistics? Lots of big words there. I'll let you go ahead. 1:30, sir.
Before we start, could I just ask you to say the sentence again? Because did you say parking?
How do you plan to collaborate with regional transportation and emergency services to address hurricane preparedness and evacuation logistics?
Got it. Well, here's a very strange thing. We took a 4-year vacation from the rural planning organization where nobody from Southport showed up and nobody was at the table when transportation issues were being made. I know that because I was ribbed by several of the county commissioners about it, and they told me there was no participation. So we missed the table on that. We are now members, and we participate in person all the time. An interesting part is for evacuations give you no additional points on any road in regards to getting points and getting money allotted to a roadway. So as you know, the 211 expansion is there. That's an RPO project, the 211 expansion. But it only goes up to Midway Road. And at that point, you funnel back down to 2 lanes again. There's no money to get it from there to 17. There's a plan to get it there from there 17, but no money. And we can't use the fact that we're going to be gridlocked as additional points for evacuation. We should all be aware of that's how the system is set up right now, and that's set up by Raleigh and not even by the Department of Transportation. So I go to those meetings quarterly, that they're quarterly meetings, and we talk about how we're going to expand different roads, including Route 31, that will help with the north-south Route 17 parallel road.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Dr. Hayden, how do you plan to collaborate with regional transportation and emergency services to address hurricane preparedness and evacuation logistics?
Well, if you look at the duties of the mayor, that's not exactly top on the list. We thank God that we have Police Chief Todd Coring, we have Fire Chief Charles Drew as our incident commanders during hurricane preparedness. And we have an incredible staff that does that. And as mayor, it's my job to make sure that they have the tools and the training to be able to accomplish that. And hurricane preparedness is so important. In terms of Mr. Alt's statement, nobody from Southport showed up. The county commissioners told him that. That's absolutely false. He also said in his ad in 2023 that Mayor Dove was a voting member of this RPO that he's talking about, part of the Cape Fear Council of Government. And when Mayor Dove lost the election, they moved the alternate up at the November 22nd meeting. Mr. Alt in his ad said that the position was offered to me and I declined it. And that's just totally false. And I guess he doesn't remember the email, and I'm going to put it on our website from our assistant manager about the RPO and what Southport was involved in. And I did attend some of those meetings by Zoom and that type of thing. And they're important, but it's not the most important job of the mayor.
Thank you, sir. I think it's impossible to be here tonight and not talk about the tragic incident that happened at American Fish Company on September 27th. That was the biggest news out of Southport in quite some time. The Southport Board of Aldermen just passed a resolution urging state and federal lawmakers to expand mental health services, particularly for veterans following the shooting. What else, if anything, do you think should be done to help the victims and prevent future tragedies? We will begin with Dr. Hayden.
What happened in Southport was a tragedy, and it was a failure of the system. The VA failed that man. Our mental health system failed that man. He was not born that way. He was not brought up that way. He was injured in war. I'm not defending what he did. What he did was horribly wrong. It should never have happened. How would I approach this? I would approach it in a public health manner. The VA has got to do better in looking after the veterans, especially those who have been in war. My goodness, our mental health system has to be stronger. We have to have more social workers, and we have to have contact tracing in terms of in observational studies. Who's doing this shooting? Where are they buying these weapons? How are they getting their hands on them? Where are they buying the bullets? And then if you can look at a pattern and algorithm, and maybe we can stop what is happening. It is an epidemic in this country. It's not just in Southport. It's all over the United States. And those are the ways that I would approach it.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on now to Mayor Alt. The Southport Board of Aldermen just passed a resolution urging state and federal lawmakers to expand mental health services, particularly for veterans. What else, if anything, do you think should be done to help the victims of the Southport shooting and prevent future tragedies?
If you remember, the governor was standing right here in this very location just a couple of days ago, and he brought that topic up. After the public part of that, he and I had a conversation about the fact that I wanted to join his suggested group of people that would be looking at this. I come with years and years of experience of dealing in this. There's other ways of other states that we can take best practices to do that. And parts of that is, I would agree with Dr. Hayden that part of that is increasing the beds, the number of beds we have that we can actually take people in, because all the shootings are not just from vets. There's from a wide variety. If you've looked at all those things, and they continue. We just had the thing in South Carolina. So you need to have a multi-pronged approach. And it's not as simple as it can be. I've spent time in another state in the specialized courts that they have set up. So you're not taking a judge that's sitting over in Bolivia who knows all about civil law and criminal law and asking that person to be in charge of deciding all of the nuances of mental health issues. You set up special courts to do that. So let's assume the family wants to turn the person in. How do you do that? Because they're doing something. Let's assume the police come in contact with them. What's the checks and balances? It's a multi-pronged approach, and I'm very familiar with the topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on to question number 7, and we'll begin with you, Mayor Alt. What steps would you take to unify diverse neighborhoods and foster inclusive civic engagement across the town? You have a minute and a half, sir.
I don't know that our neighborhoods are all participate all the time. All you have to do is walk down one of our neighborhoods and everybody waves to you. It's one of the beautiful things about Southport. If you're looking at a specific group of people that you think have been disenfranchised, is that the basis of the conversation? I'd like to know what that's more about before I could answer that question. But in my communication, I communicate with everybody in the city. Regardless of race, color, creed, anything, any other topic you want to put in there. So I'm not sure that Southport has that particular problem. If somebody could show me what that is, I'd be more than happy to. I've spent a lifetime out in the field working with people of every color, creed, where national origin that there has been, and so I come at it with a neutral eye towards everybody. So I'm not sure I understand specifically what we're trying to get at here for this particular question.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on now to Dr. Hayden. Dr. Hayden, what steps would you take to unify diverse neighborhoods and foster inclusive civic engagement across the town?
I think, Rich, what they're asking is maybe how does River Mist fit in with the village versus the hammocks? Because I agree with you. It's not, our neighborhoods are really pretty united in that regard and inclusivity. One of the ways is for me as mayor is to make sure that I am in each neighborhood and visiting with them. We would, if we could, we don't have I don't think we have the facilities there, but I'd love to hold a Board of Alderman meeting in every neighborhood. And I'm sure you would too, in that regard. And if a neighborhood needs a house call me. I'll come take care of it. That'll help too, bring the black bag. So we unify the neighborhoods that way. But we just want to make sure that whether it's the hammocks or like I said, River Mist, who's kind of separated out, Cage Cove, they're all such unique neighborhoods. And when I've gone through there, they really have we were just in Price's Creek last week, and they just have a wonderful time together. And so we just want them all to come. I guess the waterfront unifies us here, so we all come down and be a part of the beauty of Southport.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all's answers. We'll move on to the final question, question number 8, and we'll begin with you again, Dr. Hayden. Please address the underlying concerns driving the requests for de-annexation and how your approach would strengthen trust between the city and its residents. You have 1.5 minutes, sir.
Such a big word, de-annexation. Under Mayor Howard, the opposite was in his vision. He felt like that the city needed to grow, and he approached Smithfield Woods for annexation, and it did not go through. But he felt like the city needed to grow, and it does. In terms of the de-annexation, these two properties are surrounded by county land, and so it's a case-by-case basis. Do we advocate it? I'm sure you don't advocate the annexation, and I don't advocate it either. But in certain circumstances, it may work for that person who owns that land. There may be a hardship or what have you. And so it's really a case-by-case basis. But neither one of us are going to sit up here and say, yeah, we promote the annexation. We do not. And what happened, that's sort of a higher power than us. That was the state legislature. And so that is how I would approach it.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on now to Mayor Alt. Please address the underlying concerns driving the request for de-annexation and how your approach would strengthen trust between the city and its residents.
The de-annexation issue is very complex. I have been to Raleigh multiple times. I've sat in senators' offices and House members' offices. I have pleaded with them not to de-annex other pieces of the property, and it went on, and it took place anyways. We have to work with the senators and the House members for a variety of different reasons, so I'm not here to bash anybody. They have reasons for doing it. However, the answer to your more complex issue is there has to be faith in the government and how we implement and apply statutes, regulations. They have to be fair. They have to be balanced. They can't be one-sided where if I'm a special person, I get special things. Once you lose that faith, then people start asking for de-annexation. I have been asked about de-annexation probably 5 times during this campaign. Caves Cove, Price's Creek, the hammocks. They all want to be de-annexed. Some of them, not all of the people there, but people there want to be de-annexed because the city, in their minds, didn't do a good job, and they're now with private streets and private stormwater. We have not fixed that problem. So I've had probably, with 300 homes that are impacted by this. We have to do a better job of across the board how we implement and control growth.
Thank you, sir. We will now move on to closing statements. Each candidate will get 3 minutes to share their final thoughts and their vision for Southport. And we will begin with Mayor Alt. Sir, you have 3 minutes to give your closing statement.
Thank you, sir. Well, there's clearly a difference between the two candidates. I come with 40 years of experience, 30 years of that in the command positions. I've had great opportunities in education that most places would not have ever even come close to. And I've had people tell me that my education while at work is false, which is kind of humorous because there's another candidate here that's going to get up here soon who has almost the same resume as I have, because that's how much money they're willing to put into us to make sure that we're competent. We have to work on that for all of our staff now. Because I've been to the FBI Academy, I've been to the Police Executive Research Forum, and I've gone to classes at Wharton Business School. Now that was for a separate part, but still for the County of Arlington. And that was because I am and still a member of the retirement board, and I'm a trustee of approximately $4 billion. 90 seconds responses here is understandable by the League of Women Voters to get out of here sometime tonight. I could literally talk for 2 hours on every one of those topics except one. I encourage you all to go to my webpage or to Facebook and look at those of my ads and stuff like that. The interesting part that's not here is what did we not talk about? And that is some of the big topics that are out there in the city. And they would take longer than 90 seconds. I agree. That's probably one of the reasons why they were omitted from the list. We do not talk about regionalization and how we work with other partners to do things to any extent. We did not talk about that old courthouse, which has been quite a topic of discussion for quite some time. We did talk slightly about the shoreline stabilization program and the grant that the state government gave us, but we didn't talk about the fact that it sat idle for so long that the state had to come back and give us an extension on that. And if we don't encumber the money by next June, we lose it. So we didn't talk about that. My approach to governments is the teamwork. We have some really rock stars now that are doing great things. Our civil engineers are doing great project management stuff. And I will not, as I said before, I'm not going to use the word I. Occasionally, especially if it's something wrong and I did it, then I'll tell you I did it. But I believe in the term that we do something. The Board of Aldermen and the mayor set policy and set goals and objectives. We do not run around in the courthouse, the city hall, and give orders. We don't tell people to go do different things. We can give advice to the manager, as long as it's couched that way, and that's what we do. And I've just run out of time.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on now to Dr. Hayden. Sir, you have 3 minutes to give your closing statement.
Again, I want to thank the League for this opportunity. I want to thank all of you for being here today. You're right. There's a difference between us. We both have an affection for Southport. We both live here. His 40 years versus my 40 years. My 40 years are here. I've lived with you. I've served with you and for you. I've been your doctor. I've been your mayor. I've volunteered in this community. We're electing a mayor. We're not electing a commander. And so think of it that way. I'm here to serve, plain and simple. It's not ambition. My ambition was to be a doctor, and I did that. I'm here to serve, and I feel like it's my duty to return. I've been asked by so many of you to do so. My job as mayor is to make sure that the city manager is the most successful manager. Because if he's successful or she is successful, our town is successful. I want to make sure our city employees have competitive salaries, that they provide excellent service, that they have the training and they have the equipment that they need. The Board of Aldermen, it is the Board of Aldermen. And so my job is to preside over that meeting and to make sure they are efficient and civil, and that the agenda is written in a manner that promotes our city and our government. And if something is not ready on that agenda, if there's something controversial, we didn't even talk about Historic Preservation Commission, HPC, to any degree. We should have a town hall on that. I mean, that's what I would have done right off before one word was written. So we want to have more efficient meetings. We want to have better written agendas. And the mayor is to represent the city. That's its main job. Represent the city and to preside over the meetings and to inspire and to uplift and to help our citizens enjoy the quality of life. We're here to serve. Government is here to serve you. And so we should not be in your way. We should help light the way for you to have the most successful and enjoyable quality of life possible and provide the services that are needed and to raise up the spirit of Southport. Thank you.
Thank you both very much. Y'all give them a hand, please. All right, it is 6:45. I'm gonna see y'all back here at 7 to get started on Board of Aldermen, okay? All right, thanks y'all. All right, everybody. Let's go ahead and return to our seats. Hi, y'all. What's up? This microphone. I wish I knew how to whistle. My goodness. All right. I want to thank everybody for sticking around for the Board of Aldermen section of this candidate forum. I also want to thank all of y'all for being so respectful and for being just a great audience listening. I see people taking notes. Again, you do not get extra credit for doing that. There's not going to be a pop quiz, but we greatly appreciate it. Don't tell no one, but Southport is my favorite place to report on with WHQR. It's one of the just loveliest towns I've ever been in. The people here are so friendly. Everything is just gorgeous here. So I really appreciate it. All right, so now we are going to get into the Board of Aldermen section of the candidate forum. We are going to open once again with opening statements. Each candidate will have 2 minutes to answer, and then we'll move on to questions, which again will be 1.5 minutes long for the answer section. And then finally, we will close with surprise closing statements. 3 minutes. Sound good to everybody? All right, we are going to get started then with Ms. Bray. Ms. Bray, I would like to hear your opening statement. 2 minutes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thanks very much. Thank you all for sticking around. I think we lost half of our people, but it looks like it got filled in again. I was a little worried all the people leaving. Thank you for the League of Women Voters, and thank you all for being here. I am Bonnie Bray. My husband John and I moved here to Southport in 2010. We've been here 15 years and lived in the neighborhoods on both the east and the west sides. We're currently in Ward 2, and all of our family has moved down here too as a result. So it feels very much like home. It reminded me when we first came here of my grandparents' home in Oklahoma, which is landlocked. But the fact that all the institutions, the banks, all the businesses, it looks like a very small town in Oklahoma. I have gotten to know Southport over the years in a variety of ways. My career as a municipal finance director put me here first as a finance director for the City of Southport. And then I moved on to Oak Island as an HR director, and then Sunset Beach, where I retired. And then I worked for another 5 years doing consulting in the state of North Carolina for municipalities the same size as Southport. So I'm very well versed in how this size government works. But I also got to know Southport as a volunteer. I've been involved for at least since I retired in several different nonprofit organizations. I've also been appointed to 2 different city committees. So I feel as though I have a very holistic and broad view of what it takes to run the government, but also what it takes to have Southport be as perfect as it can be. I'm out of time. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Bray. We'll move on now to Mr. Carroll. Mr. Carroll, your opening statement, sir. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Robert Carroll. I'm running for Alderman in Ward 1. Currently sit on the Board of Aldermen, and I have been here for almost 18 years, which means fairly soon I will have lived in Southport longer than I've lived anywhere else. And I'm very proud of that. I've holidayed here my entire life. I've raised my family here, businesses here, and I've, like Bonnie, participated in multiple nonprofits, both as a chairman, board member, and volunteer. So I appreciate Southport's support to this point, and I hope that as we move forward, you will allow me to continue to serve.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on now to Mr. Crosby. Mr. Crosby, your opening statement, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. I'd like to thank the League of Women Voters. I'd like to thank the people in the audience, those watching from home or from wherever. My background is in law enforcement. I spent 34 years as a law enforcement officer, retired 12 years ago, and then went into working for the United States State Department, which I still do some work for them as a contractor. I live here in Ward 1. I'm a candidate there, obviously. My wife, Roxana, is sitting to my left. I have 3 daughters who are all grown and live outside of the state. I was born in a small fishing village in Maine, didn't get to live there very long, but I come from a family of fishermen. And I came down here to Southport and I said, this felt familiar to me. Even if I did not necessarily grow up there, but I know for a fact that my father would have loved it down here. He was a fisherman himself. We came down here several years ago, my wife and I, and I was immediately struck by the sense of community. For those of you who are from Northern Virginia, which is where I grew up, I spent my youth there. I spent my whole career there. There is no sense of community. It's very transient. I've come down here, and the people down here have been so warm and friendly. The people that moved here, the people that grew up here, I feel like I grew up here, and it hasn't been that long that I've been here. I envy those who did grow up here and had that sense of community, because I never had that. I feel like I have found my home. My wife, Roxana, says the same thing. We love this city, and there's many things I would like to see different about it, and that's what I hope to do for you as your alderman. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on now to Mr. Gross. Mr. Gross, you have 2 minutes to give your opening statement, sir.
Thank you. My name is Paul Gross, and I worked 39 years in state and local government. During my career, I've held several high-level positions, including controller of the North Carolina Department of Correction, in which I managed a budget of $1.2 billion, included over $250 million worth of federal grants. Following my retirement from the Department of Corrections, I went to work for Wake County Human Services, a consolidated agency of social services, public health, and mental health. In that role, one of my many responsibilities was to lead a fraud investigation team, and they conducted over 2,000 investigations annually with a 90% success rate, returning over $6.5 million per year in restitution to the taxpayers. I'm running on the slogan, protect the taxpayers. Property tax increases should be the last option, not the first option. And what do I mean by protect the taxpayers? It means using best practices, data, and research to make decisions, find alternative funding sources, collaboration between other municipalities, county, city, regional partners, and participatory governance involving our citizens. It also includes efficiency. We need to reduce waste in city government. And I found we were putting premium gas in cars in this city that only required regular. I'd like to see transparency, just not at our board meetings, but I'd like to expand it and put our financial reports online to build trust with the taxpayers. And finally, accountability. In my role as interim finance director here in Southport in the summer of 2023, I wrote numerous finance policies that were non-existent. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on now to Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, you have 2 minutes to give your opening statement, sir.
Good evening. My name is David Miller. I was born and raised right here at Southport, born at Dozier Hospital, so I've been here my entire life. But I appreciate everybody coming out today. I'm very engaged in working for you as citizens. The board's not electing me, the mayor's not electing me, you're electing me. So I will be your voice 100% of the time. I'm totally against government overreach, and I'm for property rights. I serve on several boards, Dozier Hospital Foundation Board, Southport Cemetery Committee, and I've just been appointed to the Lower Cape Feral Hospice Life Care Board in Wilmington. I want your vote for the simple reason I think the residents is getting the short end of the stick on a daily basis on government overreach. I want to be your voice. I want to be able for you to protect your property like you want it to be protected without having tons of regulations daily. And I'm here for you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on now to Ms. Mosteller. Ms. Mosteller, you have 2 minutes to give your opening statement, ma'am.
Thank you. Thanks for everybody being here and the League of Women Voters for doing this tonight. I have had the privilege to serve on the Board of Aldermen with this fly for almost 10 years. I was taught at an early age, too much is given, much is expected. And I've volunteered in multiple ways out in the community. And so I love Southport. I bought my house 27 years ago. I have spent thousands, if anybody knows me, I've spent thousands of hours researching and preparing for the meetings and the issues that come before the board. So that is something that I am known for, and I would appreciate the opportunity to continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We'll move on now to our question portion. Again, each candidate has a minute and a half to answer each question. So we will begin with Mr. Carroll. Mr. Carroll, how would you protect Southport's historic character while accommodating growth? You have a minute and a half, sir.
So I think that the two things there are different. I don't think Southport really needs to grow at all anymore. We have too many outside influences that are taking advantage of what we have to offer and leaving nothing behind. We already know that we need to work on our sales tax. Right now, St. James, nothing against St. James, but because of their population, they're reaping the benefit there in a big way. So we certainly need to work with our state legislators to try to get that changed. We've talked about that. This board has talked about that. And then as far as historic character, I am certainly outspoken as it relates to our historic downtown. I think all of you know that. I love it. I myself own a historic property, and I don't see protections for historic character and charm being a property rights issue. Building fences on land that isn't yours, yes. Historic preservation, not so much. We need to find a solution that works with both property owners and the community, not to protect from us, not to protect from these people that are sitting out here, but to protect from the outside influences, which will show up. We've seen it, and it will continue to happen.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on now to Mr. Crosby. Mr. Crosby, how would you protect Southport's historic character while accommodating growth?
Although my college degree is not in history, I have the fascination with history. And that part of that, when I came down here, I relish the history. I'm aware of the former shrimping industry down here that was wiped out by Hurricane Hazel. I wish it was still here. The best way, I believe, to protect our historic areas is to run the government as efficiently as possible and have the money to protect these areas. Unfortunately, a couple of years ago, we lost the ETJ. So as far as growth goes, we don't have as much say in the matter as far as growth in this city, outside the city, excuse me. In the city, we have a lot of say. But we need to make sure that we are running the government as efficiently as possible, being wise with our tax dollars, and using that money to protect our historic areas. I don't want to see any historic areas go away. It's very important to the folks I knew who grew up here. It's important to me who was a newcomer here. And I do my best to protect any property here that is of historic value. In fact, anybody's property down here is value to them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on now to Mr. Gross. Mr. Gross, how would you protect Southport's historic character while accommodating growth?
As far as growth is concerned, there was a study done a couple years ago, and it showed that Southport will soon be totally built out. So we're very limited in the amount of growth that will be accumulating over the next few years. Obviously, the Indigo Phase 2 waterway project is a big one, but that one was totally out of our control once we lost the leverage of the ETJ. We can limit density by controlling our ordinances, and that's something that I think we've done pretty well in Southport. As far as protecting the historic charm and nature, isn't that why we all moved here? Just a wonderful little town with a wonderful history. And the question is, how do we do it? And I think that the two sides that are talking about this very important issue and the work that's being done by Historic Preservation Commission, that's going to be talked about tomorrow at a workshop with the Board of Aldermen. And I look forward to attending that. I'm against overregulation. I'm for property rights, but I still want to protect our charm. And we'll just see how that workshop comes out tomorrow. I have some concerns about the process, the way it was set up, and how any kind of regulations might be implemented.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on now to Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, how would you protect Southport's historic character while accommodating growth?
I think having the city ordinances in place to help the sales tax, the money that we have in the city, the revenue, to take care of a lot of the historical issues. I'm just not for the historical part. I'm for all residents on their property rights. So even though our growth is expanding, we're out of room. It's how we control growth and how we do the infrastructures. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on now to Ms. Moss-Teller. Ms. Moss-Teller, how would you protect Southport's historical character while accommodating growth?
Thank you. We as a community have to work together to protect our historic character. It's not public monies can do certain things in public areas, but as far as the true character of our community and the historic character, we have to work together as a community to do that. Growth is limited. Mr. Gross ran through all of the things that are going to be limiting our growth in the future in our city, but it's not limiting the growth that's impacting us outside of our city. That is huge. That's coming at us and is continuing to grow and grow. So those impacts are a separate type, but still affecting our growth. So the way to, like I said, the way to protect it is for us all to come together and work together.
Thank you, ma'am. And now, Ms. Bray. Ms. Bray, how would you protect Southport's historic character while accommodating growth?
What Karen Mosteller just said is we all have to come together to do this very big job. We have a dilemma. We have buildings that are currently could be demolished, and there is nothing, historic buildings, excuse me, that could currently be demolished because we do not have design standards for historic properties in place. We have a historic district, but it is not protected in any manner. And so I would say urgency of this matter, even though the Historic Preservation Commission work has been going on for the last 3 years, and we are finally at the point of I back up. I'm the vice chair of the Historic Preservation Commission. So I've been part of this process for the last 3 years. The workshop coming up tomorrow is an attempt. It is a recommendation to the Board of Aldermen to vote on design standards. And I would like to talk just a little bit about the process of getting there. We held numerous public hearings. The original recommendation has changed drastically since it was originally proposed to the board, recommended to the Board of Aldermen. And tomorrow will be an opportunity to ask for both sides to have dialogue on this issue, on the matter. And there are some very strong opinions out there. So I would definitely advise tuning in.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll move on now to question number 2, and we will begin with Mr. Crosby. Mr. Crosby, what are your priorities for improving traffic flow and pedestrian safety downtown? You have 1.5 minutes, sir.
Well, as everybody knows, the traffic in the Southport is horrendous. I grew up in Northern Virginia. I see it over the years and years, and traffic just keeps getting bigger or heavier and heavier. And I've only been here for a limited time, just 5.5 years. And I watch the traffic coming into Southport, And it's amazing. I've talked to my friends and my neighbors. They all wonder where are they all going to? And the same thing happens in the afternoon. Where are they all coming from? And the city's not that big. We need to think outside the box. There's options out there. A trolley service that picks people up from a remote site and brings them into the city and loops around and delivers people to where the hot spots in town, so to speak. I heard something the other day. As everybody probably knows, this liquor store is one of the busiest liquor stores on the east coast of North Carolina, if not the busiest in the state. Maybe we should build another liquor store out by the Lowe's food, and all the people that come here to go to the liquor store won't have to come here anymore. I don't know if that's the traffic, but that's a possibility. We really do need to look at some alternatives. Infrastructure, sidewalks, we all know a lot of them are a mess. Again, goes back to tax dollars. We need to have tax dollars to pay for it. Thank you.
I regret to inform you that we did the research at WHQR, and it's actually Carolina Beach's liquor store that is the busiest. So, but all good, all good. We'll move on now to Mr. Gross. Mr. Gross, what are your priorities for improving traffic flow and pedestrian safety downtown?
Thank you. Traffic and pedestrian flow, we certainly can improve it by maximizing our use of bike paths, of walking trails, of timing of our traffic lights throughout our city. We can, and I agree with Mike, with the idea of remote parking and trolley services. People are going to park as close as they can to their destination. And that is the challenge in this little city of 4 square miles. There's also an issue of timing of ferry traffic with when school gets out and when I believe it's the AMG or AMD plant lets out. AMD plant lets out. Well, all these things working against us when they're all getting let out at the same time. So if we could get some flexibility and altering and staggering the closings of the ferries, I think we can help address some of that. Now, the 43,000 units that have been approved by the county already is outrageous. I'm going to just state that for a fact. There's another 12,000 units pending in Leland. This is a real problem, but this overgrowth outside of the Southport city limits is what's hurting our traffic the most. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on now to Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, what are your priorities for improving traffic flow and pedestrian safety downtown?
Honestly, I really don't have the answer. I get on the ferry at 5:30 in the mornings to go to my office, and there's 25 or 30 cars on the ferry at 5:30 in the morning. I come across the ferry at 7:30, 25 or 30 cars on the ferry. So it's a major impact that's come into the city. I think the sidewalks, the crosswalks has done a lot. I think we need to do a very in-depth study of the traffic study coming into Southport and leaving Southport. I agree with Mike and Paul, what they said about trolleys and have a remote parking. I would do say that Chief Coring and Sheriff Chisholm does a great job patrolling our roads on Howell Street, Leonard Street, Moore Street to make sure that all the speed limits and the cars are following the guidelines. That does help. Sometimes at night, you know how people are, busiest liquor store in the street. Anything can happen. And everybody laughs, but that's $620,000 a year that ABC brings into the city. So it's a lot of money. So tax dollars has got to work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on now to Ms. Mosteller. Ms. Mosteller, what are your priorities for improving traffic flow and pedestrian safety downtown?
I agree with David. There is no easy solution for this. We're an old town with a limited amount of streetscape coming into town, our main street. So to think that we're going to have some major solution around that. The Southport, we do have the Southport pedestrian transportation plan. We actually have a plan that has been done in the past, and the city is in the process of starting to look at updating the walking and biking parts in that plan. So those, for us in town, that gives more pedestrian friendly, gives us alternatives for us to participate in town and not need to drive over to the yacht basin or wherever. So looking to our plan, which we also we talked about the RPO and where we do planning and that sort of thing. And a lot of the pedestrian recommendations, like we need sidewalks down Leonard Street, things like that, we have given to the RPO, and that's part of the STIP plan from us. So it's hard. I think that one of the things that will happen is when St. James and all them grow up and have business center there, then.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
That'll help.
Thank you. We'll move on now to Ms. Bray. Ms. Bray, what are your priorities for improving traffic flow and pedestrian safety downtown?
All of the above. This is the best question so far. We're all in agreement. These are great solutions or ongoing things that can happen. I know when we first moved here, everything was closed down, and from January to March, this was back in 2010, and we have watched, and the storefronts were not complete. Maybe 2/3 of the storefronts had businesses in them. So we're lucky in the sense that we have a problem like parking, because it means people are using the downtown. It's mostly in the downtown areas. The neighborhoods are really fine as far as traveling, and the right-of-way land that's available for parking gets those cars off of off of Howe and Moore. So we have a lot of things going for us, but the good news is that it means the businesses are healthy. They're attracting people who want to shop here. So our job is to manage that the best we can. This multimodal survey that started just recently, announced, I believe today, by the city, is great. More sidewalks. The places where there are sidewalks, people are using them. And I think this is a problem that's probably easier to solve in this golf cart based town than in many other problems that we have.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll conclude this question with Mr. Carroll. Mr. Carroll, what are your priorities for improving traffic flow and pedestrian safety downtown?
My priorities are pedestrian safety. I think first and foremost, that's what we need to be concerned about. I have gotten tons of calls from residents saying, speeding. We need speed humps. We need stop signs. We need, so for me, that's most important. And I call the city manager on a regular basis to talk about those things from both sides of town. We fix something on Fodell and it moves it to Stewart. We fix it on Stewart and where does it go next? So neighborhoods I wouldn't even expect, Cades Cove, it's not convenient to go through Cades Cove, frankly, but it happens. I disagree with trolleys. I think that trolleys are every time I go to the airport, there's no chance in hell that I'm going to go get on the trolley. I'm going to take that premium parking and make the best of it. So what I do think is more crosswalks. I think we need to work with DOT. I'd love to see a crosswalk at Leonard. I've asked that for a long time. I think that would be a game changer for us. And it helps our uptown, the shops there where Loco Joe's and others are. It brings them into the community a little better. And then also, I mentioned stop signs, speed humps, sidewalks. It's not enough just to have that liquor store to the hospital sidewalk. We need to get to the liquor store. So let's certainly think about those things. And when we go back.
Thank you, sir. I asked this question during the mayor forum, and I wanted to give y'all an opportunity for reflection as well on the Southport shooting. The Southport Board of Aldermen just passed a resolution following the shooting in Southport, urging state and federal lawmakers to expand mental health services, particularly for veterans. What else, if anything, do you think should be done to help the victims and prevent future tragedies? And to open up this line of questioning, we're going to ask Mr. Gross to begin. You have 1.5 minutes, sir.
Thank you. The tragedy at American Fish was something that touched all of us in this room and the entire city. It's something that we'll never forget, but we would need to honor and support those victims of that shooting. As far as the mental health aspect to that issue, I worked as chief financial officer for Wake County Social Services, Public Health, and Mental Health. And one of the things we did when I worked there was we created a standalone mental health treatment center in Raleigh. Now, fortunately, we had the resources to do that, but that was a big success, and I was part of the implementation of that program. When I served as admin officer for the Division of Alcohol and Chemical Dependency, I was part of a project team that took a vacant building at Cherry Hospital and turned it into a DWI residential treatment facility for inmates who were re-entering our system with multiple DWIs. After all, 70% of the inmates in our system have alcohol and chemical dependency issues. We need to address mental health in our state, in our country. I've done a small part of that in Wake County in my previous employment, and I certainly continue to pray with the families of those victims. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on now to Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, what, if anything, do you think should be done to help the victims of the Southport shooting and prevent future tragedies?
Well, first of all, thanks to Chief Drew, Chief Treadway, Chief Coring, and Sheriff Chisholm. They did an outstanding job on what they had to do that night to protect more lives at stake. It's a sad, sad day, just not for veterans, but for the average person that has mental illness. It's a thing nationwide, and it takes a load of money to provide that service. So at the end of the day, it's all about funding and getting them the treatment that they need. So I'm going to use 15 seconds of my time to pay a moment of silence to the victims that lost their lives, as well as the ones that was injured. Thank you. And thanks to the community for supporting all victims during that tragedy.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on now to Ms. Mosteller. Ms. Mosteller, the Southport Board of Aldermen just passed a resolution, urging state and federal lawmakers to expand mental health services, particularly for veterans. What else, if anything, do you think should be done to help the victims and prevent future tragedies?
Well, obviously, the victims, our community is circling around the victims and their fundraisers out in the community. And we are a small community, and that's how we roll. As far as what can be done in the future, obviously mental health, we all know, has been woefully and inadequately dealt with in our whole country. And that is in large measure, we as a society have to decide that we care about that and it is of value to us. 21 states have red flag laws. North Carolina does not. Red flag laws would allow the family members or police to identify the issues with their loved one, and they could temporarily have the guns taken away. That is a huge thing. That is only common sense. So that is for North Carolina and for our community should be a goal for us to work for that.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll move on now to Ms. Bray. Ms. Bray, the Southport Board of Aldermen just passed a resolution urging state and federal lawmakers to expand mental health services, particularly for veterans. What else, if anything, do you think should be done to help the victims and prevent future tragedies?
A lot. I frequented American Fish Company. I know the staff very well. They need help. I'm not saying individual people, but that was a very traumatic event for them as well as for the victims. And this kind of tragedy casts its net very far and wide. There are the things that need to be done for PTSD victims, for veterans, for people that are exposed to that kind of violence. And one of the things that I've learned through this whole thing is that there is nowhere outside of private practitioners, there is nowhere in the county, in Brunswick County, to have people get treatment away from the people that they could cause danger to. I understand that when someone comes to the hospital, a magistrate is called, if someone who needs help and needs to be taken away from the normal population, at least temporarily, the magistrate can authorize up to 72 hours of holding that person where they're held in the hospital. They're not held in a place that doesn't have people who are also coming for care. So there's a whole lot that needs to be done. That's bare bones, what we have now.
Thank you, Ms. Bray. We'll move on now to Mr. Carroll. Mr. Carroll, what else, if anything, do you think should be done to help the victims of the Southport shooting and prevent future tragedies?
First and foremost, I think we must all accept that this could have been prevented. I think that we've heard talks about mental health. We've heard talks about red flag. You know, the characteristics that we saw here have been seen many, many times. This person was ill. And so we have to decide what's more important: funding, paying a little bit more in our taxes on a regular basis, or lives. Do we want to go through this again? And so that can't happen unless we all come together and support those kinds of initiatives. It starts here. It starts with being hurt and showing that hurt and taking it to the next level. So I am not, you know, a lot of people will get on that guns, no guns. That's not me. I may not look like a good old boy, but I did grow up in the country and I did grow up around guns, and I know that safe gun ownership is a good thing. So I wouldn't go there, but I do think that funding for mental health needs to be a priority, and we need to demand it.
Thank you very much, sir. We'll move on now to Mr. Crosby. Mr. Crosby, what else, if anything, do you think should be done to help the victims of the Southport shooting and prevent future tragedies?
This topic is near and dear to my heart. As a police officer 30 years ago, I started our active shooter training in our police department. It's about 600, 700 officers. It all came out of Columbine. And probably 2 to 3 months ago, I was talking to my wife, Roxana, and I've talked to other people, and I wondered, what do we do for response to active shooter training in this city? Because it can happen anywhere, and lo and behold, it did. So I think we need to start a several-pronged approach. We need to train our first responders in how to handle an active shooter. I'll be honest with you, I don't know if they've had the training or not. But first and foremost, we need to train them in recognizing what we coined back in the day, emotionally disturbed people, EDPs. To be able to recognize the people that need help, that's the first step. The next step is trying to help for them. I don't think Southport is able to do that, given our tax base and our infrastructure. It certainly is a responsibility of the county. We all pay county taxes. The mental health services has to be able to provide service for these folks. This is not a new problem. Back when I was a patrol supervisor, every single night, I had one of my officers have to sit with an EDP for 12 hours until they could find bed space. We do need to change that.
Thank you all very much for your answers to this question. We'll move on now to question number 4, and we will begin with Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, how would you approach budget decisions to ensure responsible spending on infrastructure and environmental sustainability?
I would take the whole budget, look at the entire budget, any shortcuts that we could cut out of the budget where it's wasteful spending, we would start there. I would go line by line to see what's over, what's short, to get a balanced budget. But at the same time, we need to protect all the services that we give to the citizens daily and not cut anything out that is not a priority. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on now to Ms. Mosteller. Ms. Mosteller, how would you approach budget decisions to ensure responsible spending?
Well, we do that every year. A staff goes through and initially creates the budget for each department head, does that. Then the city manager works with the department head to then peel back from that money, and then finally hones it down and then brings it, and then we discuss those items a lot of times one by one, probably too much in detail often. So it's a balance of, we have this much money but we want the services, to what David said. And so that it's just a balance to go through it and to make sure what you're doing is accurate to what your needs are.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we'll go to Ms. Bray. Ms. Bray, how would you approach budget decisions to ensure responsible spending?
Budgets start with revenue coming in. You have to project the revenue, what you expect to be receiving, combination of property taxes, local option sales tax. There are a whole lot of various kinds of different money that comes from Raleigh. And there are other revenue items coming in. The trick with a government budget, because it's zero based, it's a balanced budget, meaning the amount of revenue that comes in is equal to the amount that's being spent. You're constantly having to choose how to find the sweet spot, the right balance of without sacrificing programs that are working. The money's got to come. If the money is not coming in, it's got to come from the expenses need to be cut. So it's a constant balancing act. There are a number of things in this year's budget that I had an ongoing conversation with the city manager about. So I could talk in very specific detail, but a budget is math. It's at its heart, it's math. And if needs to be a property tax reduction or increase, it's because the powers that be have not been able to find a way to balance the amount that they need to spend. So property taxes sometimes are necessary, sometimes they're not. And that's the big part of the decision making.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll move on now to Mr. Carroll. Mr. Carroll, how would you approach budget decisions to ensure responsible spending?
So what I will say is that municipal budgets are like no budget I've ever seen before. In my business, if I overspend, I don't have an option. It has to come out of my pocket. So it's been quite a learning curve, frankly. And what I will tell you is that there's this mentality in municipal and government budgets that if you don't use it, you lose it. And so what you see is that every year a budget gets bigger, it doesn't get smaller. And you have to ask yourself why, because the revenue doesn't always keep up with that. So I think first and foremost, we have to rely on staff. I could not be more proud of our current finance director, Joey. He is a young man who is extremely smart, and I feel like he's going to help guide us in the right direction as we move forward with his first budget this year. And then I've asked both the city manager and the board that as we get started with budget this year in December, I'd like to see it happen as early as December, we bring training in. And I'd like to see third-party training, somebody that actually understands how to manage budgets on the municipal level to guide our staff. While our staff might be the best at what they do, they're not necessarily trained in the budget side of things. So I think that type of training would be very good for both the board and our staff.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on now to Mr. Crosby. Mr. Crosby, how would you approach budget decisions to ensure responsible spending?
I'd like to say first and foremost, we should never look at raising taxes to get rid of, to balance the budget necessarily. Raising taxes is sometimes going to be inevitable. The first thing I would ask, if we could keep a city manager for more than 15 minutes, we could hopefully, and I think we got a great one right now with Noah, get in there, let him get in there and start working with the city government from the top down, work with the department heads and have them be responsible for their budgets. Don't come to me and ask for 3 more people until you prove to me that you need 3 more people. Do a job task analysis. If you need them, the board has to decide whether it's worth it or not, or whether we can afford it or not. This is your money. It's not our money. Well, some of it's mine, but it's your money. So a blanket approval for additional staffing should never happen unless you can justify to me why you need it. Efficiencies, that goes back to efficiencies. Are we running our departments the way they should be run? Are we overstaffed? Are we buying things that we shouldn't be buying? Are we buying things in the most cost-effective way? Back where I came from, we tagged on the state or the Richmond, which is our capital. We tagged on their contracts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on now to Mr. Gross. Mr. Gross, how would you approach budget decisions to ensure responsible spending?
The first thing we need to do is ensure that there's no inefficiencies in our city operations. In 2023, I discovered the city staff were putting premium gas in vehicles they required regular. Once I called this out to the department heads and wrote a policy on it, the very next month, the fuel bill was reduced by 1/3. Secondly, we need to make sure we're seeking alternative funding. There's grants out there. I myself have been involved in a team approach, and we've acquired over $250 million in grants to build 10 new prisons in North Carolina, and we used inmate labor to help reduce the costs. There's foundations out there. If you'll do a Google search for the top 40 foundations in North Carolina, you'll see that they give out over $1 billion a year in foundation money. If Southport doesn't apply for it, I'm sure some other city will. The Board of Aldermen must use data and research when they consider expanding staff. I agree with Mike about a workload study. My philosophy is I trust in God. All others better bring me data. While serving as Southport's interim finance director, Melanie Trexler, my predecessor, had submitted a budget, and she did a very good job with that budget. But I wanted to look at it, and I found $300,000 more in revenues, which was added to the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We will move on to question number 5, and we will begin with Ms. Mosteller. Ms. Mosteller, how would you support small businesses and year-round economic resilience in Southport?
That's a really good question. And I'm glad you asked that. One of the things that we've most recently done, which Robert actually shepherded, was create a business committee that to work with, it's rolling, to work with, to meet regularly with business owners so that we can create that kind of synergy and understanding with the city to support our businesses. So that's probably, from our perspective, one of the main things that we've done anyway in recent times to support our businesses. Shopping there, shop at home kind of thing, and frequent and support our businesses. We as a community can do that. So that's really, and also through zoning. Sometimes through zoning, we can help encourage things and make things easier for business.
Thank you, ma'am. We will go ahead and go over to Ms. Bray. Ms. Bray, how will you support small businesses and year-round economic resilience in Southport?
Good. I'm glad Karen brought up this latest effort to have these business roundtables. It's a great idea. People are sitting down at the table talking, government people, business owners, and actually making some changes and having a partnership together. Another way that I was involved with Up Your Arts, which is responsible for the pole banner project, which if you see the artwork hanging on the utility poles in downtown, those artists or those banners are all supported by individual donors, in addition to the city has some money in this and also Up Your Arts. So it's been a great way to bring the three groups together. Up Your Arts has done a number of things that with its emphasis on the arts, that has fueled some economic development that was before now. I mean, it's grown over the years, but when Up Your Arts first started, the the individual art organizations were all operating independent of each other. And Up Your Arts' goal was to promote and enhance Southport as a creative and performing destination. And over the years, with the city's help, again, City of Southport, that now is morphed into a much bigger joint effort. And I think that's good for economic development.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll move on now to Mr. Carroll. Mr. Carroll, how will you support small businesses and year-round economic resilience in Southport?
I think that's actually happening naturally already. I think that one of the things that we see is that our season has slowly expanded into the winter months. We've got a lot of activity here throughout the year that we didn't have even 20 years ago. So as it relates to the Business Advisory Board, for those of you who don't know what that is about, our city manager did start a business roundtable, which allowed an opportunity for businesses to come in and have conversation. And these are conversations about a little bit of everything. What they're not about saving city taxes and asking for de-annexation. You know, that's some of what has been happening. That's some of the conversation from some people out there. I own multiple businesses. I do have buildings that are inside the city limits. That business roundtable worked, and we saw an opportunity to just continue it into the future. So now if we go through another 4 managers in the next 4 years, we still have that advisory board, which is really exciting.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on now to Mr. Crosby. Mr. Crosby, how will you support small businesses and year-round economic resilience in Southport?
I agree with the Karen and Bonnie and Robert. I think the business roundtable, or for lack of a better word, is the way to go. We ask for our citizens' input when we make decisions in the city. Why don't we ask for our business owners' input? They are somewhat the lifeblood of our city. I guess you could argue, well, they're the reason all this traffic's coming into here, but you know what? Everybody here supports these businesses in many ways. I think it's important to stay engaged with them. One thing I've learned in my travels is some of the businesses have complained about the lack of the city's support when they're starting their business or remodeling their business or building their business. I think the city should work with these businesses to make it as easy as possible, and don't just tell them you can't do that. Tell them how they can do that. Because it's not fair to them. They're not all experts. Some people have small businesses and they maybe never owned one before. Talk to these people and tell them how they can get it done. I hate it when people tell me I can't do something and they don't tell me, well, how to do it. So I think that's very important. It'll certainly help the city out. One thing I've heard too is people have said, or some people have said, well, a lot of people who own these businesses don't live here. They don't vote here. Well, but you got to keep in mind the people that work there live here and vote here and are very much part of the community, just like our businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we'll go on to Mr. Gross. Mr. Gross, how will you support small businesses and year-round economic resilience in Southport?
Thank you. I fully support the Small Business Roundtable, and I'll give credit to Noah for starting that up. I am concerned about how we treat some of our new startup businesses. I'm familiar with a situation where a business owner is trying to build a new business in a spot where there was a previous business, but has been asked to put in a $50,000 transformer, and there was no transformer problem before that. I'm familiar with another business that's been dragged through the mud for months about their renovation project. And it's amazing how sometimes we treat these businesses. They are the lifeblood of our city, and they deserve better treatment than what the city's been giving them. Again, I think even though some business owners may not live in the city limits of Southport, they're certainly paying taxes, aren't they? They certainly are paying taxes, and they deserve to pay a fair amount of taxes and not be overtaxed. I also support continuing to pressure the state to change the state local sales tax formula, where we are really getting the shaft. Because of our limited population of 4,700, which is the primary formula for awarding local sales tax, St. James has 12 cash registers, and they get 2.5 times the amount of taxes that we get. It ain't fair.
Thank you, sir. And finally, Mr. Miller, how will you support small businesses and year-round economic resilience in Southport?
Well, I think the Business Roundtable is a great tool. And unlike the rest of the candidates up here, I think the small businesses have been getting a bad rap in some situations. I'm familiar with, Paul, what you're talking about the transformer. But we expect these businesses to come in here and spend millions of dollars in infrastructure, staff, and we sit there and say, hey, you got to do A, B, C, and D, and we're not giving them the tools to get it done. And it's just putting them back and back and back. And I agree, they might not pay, or they might not be residents of the city, but they pay taxes. They hire people, they give people jobs. And if it wasn't for the businesses, where would our growth be? I mean, at the end of the day, we need the business owners, but we need to be treated equally and fairly like we do our residents to make them successful. If they're successful, we're successful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, our next question. Several residents expressed concerns regarding Southport's environment. And the question is, how will you protect the town's tree canopy and natural buffers? We'll begin with Ms. Bray. You have 1.5 minutes, ma'am.
Southport has a tree ordinance that is one of the best in the state. It was well crafted. It's certainly responsible, well, it will be over time responsible for great protection from hurricanes because of the tree canopy. It's probably in the growing stages because people are objecting to it. And it's a story that's not yet written, I think. It is important, obviously, to have, we are all about the environment here. This is why the waterfront, the sidewalks, people are outside, people are healthy, walking around in an environment that is not polluted. We obviously have problems with the water through the county situation with the PFAS. So we have to remain vigilant on, extreme environmental problems. But I think the whole orientation of the city is to be outside. And that's why people wave at you when you're walking down the street, because they're outside too. I think our whole focus is, without being an environmental town, people are getting the benefit of our living in a place that wants them to be outdoors, and we save what we can.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll move on now to Mr. Carroll. Mr. Carroll, how would you protect the town's tree canopy and natural buffers?
So first and foremost, I hope that I am raising 3 tree huggers. I do everything I can every day to show these kids what's important. And for me, that is one of those on the list. This board fought tooth and nail to get 440 acres of land into conservation. And I'm proud of that. And I'm proud of my efforts on that. In addition, things like CZ, which was got a lot of pushback on, and a lot of people ate those words this year. And I'm proud of that too. CZ allows us to create greater density in certain areas so that we can free up our wetlands and our marshlands so that they're not filled in. Our state legislators have laws about wetlands now where you can pretty much do all you want as long as it's not connected to another body of water, and that's just wrong. So for all of those reasons, I think that we're doing our part as a community. And to Miss Bonnie's point, we do have a tree ordinance that most throughout the state are proud of.
Thank you, sir. We will move on now to Mr. Crosby. Mr. Crosby, how would you protect the town's tree canopy and natural buffers?
I drive down Moore Street almost every day and I look at the sign somewhere up near Kingsley Road and I see it's Southport's Tree City USA. To be honest with you, I'm not really sure what that means, but I do know that our trees here are very precious, particularly our live oaks. I don't have a tree in my yard and that was out of design because I don't want to rake leaves anymore. But the trees are important to us, and some of it's got to do with education. I don't know if people know this, but trees absorb 15 to 100 gallons of water a day. Now, how much rain have we had in the last 4 or 5 days? We lose our trees, it's consequently we're gonna have flooding. It's very important we save our trees. Now, do we tell people they can't take trees off of their properties? I don't think we have the authority to do that. Certainly we have it in the right of ways. Certainly if a developer wants to come in and we can show that it impacts our stormwater problems, we can possibly mitigate it that way. But a lot of it has to do with education and everybody knows about the live oaks down here. I've got a sister in Massachusetts who's an artist and she wanted me to send a picture of one of our live oaks so she could paint a picture of it. That's how far away people recognize the trees in our city, and we have to do what we can to protect them.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on now to Mr. Gross. Mr. Gross, how would you protect the town's tree canopy and natural buffers?
I support preserving our parks, our cemeteries, and our other open spaces. We have many mature live oaks throughout these locations. As Mike said, a mature live oak can soak up as much as 100 gallons of water a day and help fight some of our flooding issues. As a young undergraduate at NC State in the 1970s, I took several elective courses, including air pollution biology, ecology, horticulture, and plant propagation. It was one of my interests in my early days at NC State. I recently talked to 2 young ladies who were part of the Friends of the Franklin group, and it was so enjoyable talking to them about their concerns with our precious Franklin Square Park. And I'm glad to see the city has appropriated funds to return Franklin Square Park to what it used to be. We also have a forestry committee, and I want to thank those members who volunteer for that committee. And we've budgeted in the budget $10,000 a year, at least it was in 2023 when I was interim finance director, $10,000 a year to the forestry committee to plant trees. And I think that's an excellent use of our tax dollars. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now to Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, how would you protect the town's tree canopy and natural buffers?
I definitely support all the trees inside the city, especially the Indian Trail tree, all these live oaks that make the city so beautiful. And I would hate to see again what happened on Fodell Avenue with all the clear cutting. That is just a tragedy, what happened on Fodell Avenue. A lot of flooding occurred from there. I can take it personally. My dad's buried at Northwood Cemetery. We had no flooding there, 0. 2 years ago, we had about 3 foot on his grave. That's disheartening. It's pitiful if you don't know the truth. And stuff like that, I know it happened under the old law and stuff like that, but we just can't have that happen anymore. I'm like Paul, thanks to the tree committee and the forestry committee and helping save Franklin Square Park. That's a deer park that a lot of people go to, a lot of beautiful oak trees, and we just need to preserve them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Last but not least, Ms. Mosteller, how will you protect the town's tree canopy and natural buffers?
Thank you for that question. We have been a Tree City USA recipient for 21 years. So we have a history of loving our trees. What we don't have a history of is ordinance. The ordinance has come into being. We first started working on it. I was liaison to the forestry committee, and we first started working on it, I believe, in 2016. It took, we spent about 1.5 years on it, and then threw it away because we knew we couldn't get it passed. And then we started over, and it's been an evolution ever since. There's still other updates that probably need to be done. It's evolutionary. But the tree ordinance, it does require, if you're removing trees from private property, you need a tree permit under certain circumstances, depending on how big the tree is and that sort of thing. Permits are free, so it's a process. Because our trees, it's not just enough to keep our trees in our parks and cemeteries and all that. We need to maintain as many as we can, because it is that tree canopy that sends the storm winds over us. And through ordinance and through education, most recently, the forestry committee put out door hangers on everybody's door in the whole city to let you know what the policy was.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, we got 2 more questions for y'all this evening, and this next one will begin with Mr. Carroll. Mr. Carroll, what specific steps would you take to reduce the number of property owners seeking de-annexation from Southport?
Send them somewhere else. I don't know. It's not very community, in my opinion. It's not very Southport. Who we are as a population and a people is a neighborhood. We help people. And so the concept that you don't feel like you're getting what you want out of something, hell, I would rather not pay what I pay in federal and state taxes, but I don't think it's legal to, leave the union anymore. So I don't think there's a good answer to that, except to, build on our relationship with Representative Miller and Senator Rabin, and just show them the importance. We're already struggling financially, and that's really it, because it's in their hands. We don't have control over that. Yes, we can try to show you as well as we can that we appreciate you and your tax dollars, but at the end of the day, it's really going to be those people that make that decision.
Thank you, sir. Moving on now to Mr. Crosby. De-annexation is a concern expressed by many residents in the course of selecting questions for this forum. What specific steps would you take to reduce the number of property owners seeking de-annexation from Southport?
I do agree with Robert that de-annexation is in some ways out of our control as it takes place at the level in Raleigh. However, the first question we have to ask, why do you want to be de-annexed from the city? It's a common sense question. I've talked to some people. I think the first thing is taxes. If you want to leave the city and go to the county, your tax rate might even go in half of what it is now. I hope I'm not giving anybody any ideas at this moment, but you cut your tax rate in half, that's a good start. The other thing we talked about earlier, talking about small businesses, are we over-regulating our homeowners? Are we over-regulating our businesses? Are we making it more favorable for them to go to fall under city county control and as the city? We've got to ask those questions and make sure we are being as efficient and as tax friendly as possible. It goes back to questions earlier about, are we right sized as far as the government goes? Are we helping people who need help? I think, anyway, that's most of my answers there. I just think we got to find out why. And I think I know. I think it's because of taxes. I think it's because of overregulation, and everybody wants to have a Southport address. We know that because it extends outside our city.
Thank you, sir. Back on to Mr. Gross. Mr. Gross, what specific steps would you take to reduce the number of property owners seeking de-annexation from Southport?
I agree with a lot with what Mike said, and I would add that I think it's important that we have dialogue with these owners and with these subdivisions. There's something that concerns them, and through dialogue, negotiations, hopefully we can reach some compromise that they would feel a part of Southport and want to remain in the city. But we just can't turn a blind eye to their concerns. It could be taxes. It could be something else. But taxes are certainly a concern of mine. I'm running it as one of my slogans, the second highest municipal tax rate in this county. The only municipality that beats us is Bald Head Island for obvious reasons. But I'm for negotiating. I'm for reaching out and having dialogue. And I think when you put your head in the sand and don't communicate with the taxpayers of this city, if their concern is overregulation, and I think we may be overregulating in some areas, we might be underregulating in others, but I don't know anybody that wants to turn the entire city of Southport into a micromanaged HOA. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on now to Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, what specific steps would you take to reduce the number of property owners seeking de-annexation from the town of the city of Southport?
I definitely agree with Paul and Mike. It's not no secret who Representative Miller is. That is my brother. I'm going to put that out there. It's very disheartening when business owners go to elected officials or to the city hall with concerns and they immediately say, call your representative or call your senator with no dialogue. Just go straight to them. They had no interest in meeting with the business leaders, meeting their concerns or whatever they had to help the issue they had about de-annexation. Now, on the other half, Representative Miller's brought $50 million to the city of Southport. He's brought $5 million to the waterfront. So Representative Miller's brought $55 million to the city. So we're two different men. He does his thing, I do my thing. I can't answer for him, but at the same time, like Paul said, we have to listen to the business owners on their needs, their concerns, and have an open dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, Ms. Mosteller. Ms. Mosteller, what specific steps would you take to reduce the number of property owners seeking de-annexation from Southport?
Clearly, any answer has to be communication. That's a given, and that's the most you can do. I've had the opportunity to go to Raleigh and to the committees and talk about why we were against de-annexation, the two de-annexations that are the most recent ones that everybody knows about. That's there between 12th and 14th Street, which is really in our in-town area, y'all. And the loss of the ETJ created a situation where we're like hen's teeth across. If you look down House Street and that from 12th Street on out, we have some other properties that are in the city of Southport, but the two that have asked to be de-annexed, I did call those individual property owners and spoke with them, and that one of them said that they shouldn't have to pay taxes because they have to pay taxes on their home. And they live in Southport, so they shouldn't have to pay it also on their property. So they were strictly about not paying taxes. The other one said that Southport didn't do anything for them. And Representative Miller pointed out that we no longer have sewer, although the state encourages us to regionalize. And so that was the excuse for the two de-annexations.
Thank you, ma'am. Finally, Ms. Bray. Ms. Bray, what specific steps would you take to reduce the number of property owners seeking de-annexation from Southport?
Okay. This is a real awful thing that's happened because that is the entrance to Southport. And what happens when a property is zoned differently, the city zoning is different from county zoning, the things that will be built in that place that used to be in the city where everything's a lot shorter than is allowed in the county are going to be dwarfing our very entrance. So communication is key. Obviously, the people are doing things for a reason, and if we can address those reasons, great. I would like to point out that when a business or a property de-annexes from City of Southport, they still benefit from city services. First responders, fire, police, they still have to go there. So they're not getting, they're getting their water and sewer from the county, but it's a lot cheaper. So the money they saved on changing that, maybe offsets the taxes. I don't know. But they certainly make things difficult for the rest of the people who are used. One of the reasons we have such high quality of life here is that we're used to things being people sized. And I think that the county really needs to get a lot more involved in making it easier for us to deal with their decisions. We are the downtown of Brunswick County. People come here, so the county
Thank you, ma'am.
benefits.
Thank you. We'll move on now to the last question, and this question will begin with Mr. Crosby. Mr. Crosby, how will you hold the mayor and town departments accountable while maintaining a collaborative working relationship?
Can you repeat the first part of the question?
Yes, sir. How will you hold the mayor and town departments accountable while maintaining a collaborative working relationship?
Well, collaboration is important. We're not always going to agree. I often like to use the quote from General Patton: if everybody agrees, somebody's lying. And as much as I may be in sync with maybe Robert or Paul on an issue, the next issue I may not be in sync. I think we all have to work together. And I've seen a lot of infighting. I don't know what goes on behind closed doors when they go into closed session, but I think we got to make sure we all work together. I think it's very, very important that we work and it's in our city charter to work with the city manager. We need to have the city manager in there and empower him to do his job and lead the department heads down the right path. I'm not saying they're going down the wrong path, but if you have a new manager every 15 minutes, you're not going to have any continuity, no consistency, no direction. Everybody needs direction on how to do it. As a board of aldermen, we'll give the city manager direction of what we want overall. We'll tell him, make it work. And I think we can have a very good symbiotic relationship with him, with the department heads and the board members, and certainly the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Gross, how will you hold the mayor and town departments accountable while maintaining a collaborative working relationship?
Thank you. In 2023, when I was interim finance director for the City of Southport, I really got to know and work with all our departments heads. And they were absolutely cooperative to work with me. And when I wrote a new policy and it impacted their department, I never received any pushback. Chief Drew, our fire chief's back there, Ralph, battalion commander, they all know that I support them in order to help them achieve their goals. And if that means additional training, we want to support them. They are our essential functions for Southport. I have said on some of my advertisements, I back the red, white, and blue, fire, EMS, and police. And it's obviously because of my background in adult probation, parole, and in corrections. As far as the mayor and the board, I've seen some pretty good civility between the mayor and the board. I think the lack of civility that I've seen recently comes more from the public comments from people who disagree with a vote. And so I haven't seen any real problems of a lack of civility between the Board of Aldermen and the mayor. I think it's coming more from the public. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Miller, how will you hold the mayor and town departments accountable while maintaining a collaborative working relationship?
I think at the end of the day, we all need to realize why we're here. The people elected us, and they elected us to do a job, to work together, to have transparency, to support one another We can disagree all day long to agree, but we have to give the respect to the city manager. If I'm elected, it's not my job to pick up the phone and call Chief Drew or Chief Coring and tell them what I want. That's not my job. My job is to go through the city manager and let him know what our feelings are, what my concerns are, and let them go through the proper channels. I think we got great staff. I think we got great leaders. But every time we replace a city manager, we're going 10 steps back. We're so far back right now in the rears, I don't know if Noel can catch up. Noel's a great guy. He's doing a great job. But at the end of the day, we have to know our boundaries. And our boundaries are, for me, I work for the citizens. And it's my job to go to the city manager and say, hey, Paul, whoever had this concern, can you look into it? It's not for me to run the day-to-day operations of the city manager's job. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Mosteller, how will you hold the mayor and town departments accountable while maintaining a collaborative working relationship?
Thank you. I don't think it's as bleak as everyone said about a new manager, having a new manager. We have experienced department heads that have been in their positions for quite a while, for the most part. So we have continuity in governance in our community. So that part of it is not as bleak to me as perhaps it is to others at the table. What I would say is that, just like what David had said, it characterized, that is, we do not directly interact with department heads. We do as liaisons sometimes for like Parks and Recs liaison, the department head for Parks and Recs, Ms. Hill. They have direct interactions and those kinds of things. If we have observed, usually what happens is citizens will come to us and they'll tell us something, and then we'll tell the city manager. And then it's up to the city manager to deal directly with department heads. As far as the mayor goes, the role of the mayor is not to be a seventh alderman. So sometimes I think that that's a hard conversation. The role of the mayor is to work with us and us to work with him. Or her. And so that, and obviously communication is always the way you resolve everything. And again, there'll be things you agree with and you don't agree with, and you just
Thank you, ma'am.
like a good person.
Ms. Bray, how will you hold the mayor and town departments accountable while maintaining a collaborative working relationship?
I don't think it's really my job to hold them accountable. I think the voters are who holds them accountable. And that being said, I think the role of public comment, speaking to what Paul mentioned, the role of public comment is a sacred right in my mind for any small town government. How do you know what people are thinking if they don't stand up and are given an opportunity to say something? I don't know that, obviously, slander and all that, this is a time for voters to speak to their elected officials. It is not the time for voters to speak to other voters. So the public comment period is a very painless, sometimes long, but very painless, carefully scripted monologue, really. There's no back and forth. There's no way to have a real conversation unless you pick up the phone and talk to someone or meet them on the street. The public comment period is very necessary for people to feel as though they're being heard. Everybody here makes money being, not a lot, but it's a good salary for. Well, okay, compared to other municipalities. But so in that sense, the voters pay your salary, your meager salary. But
that's all the time we have,
okay,
ma'am. Thank
good.
you. Mr. Carroll, how will you hold the mayor and town departments accountable while maintaining a collaborative working relationship?
Yeah, so when you first asked this question to Mike, almost got up and left because I didn't see that as part of my job description. The mayor is accountable for himself, and I think that whoever that is in that role does a great job. I think that there are three people that we are accountable for as outside of you all. Those three people are our city manager, our city clerk, and our city attorney, and we do have an obligation to keep them accountable. I think 2 years ago, 4 years ago, we heard a lot about the turnover of staff, of our city manager. How could we go through so many? Sitting at this table is very humbling, because guess what? I've been here 4 years, 4 managers. It's just a matter of, it's part of what we deal with. Now, we certainly want to create a space where managers want to come work, and I think we're doing a good job. I think we have a great guy who who's started as an employee in a different role and has certainly risen to the occasion. So that's my comments about that. And then, nope, covered it all.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, I know there are many topics that we could have visited tonight, but I told them that my bedtime is 9 p.m., so exactly. Well, I wanted to give y'all an opportunity to expand on some topics that you feel are extremely important in this election, in your closing statements. So we'll go ahead and get started with Mr. Gross. Mr. Gross, your closing statement. Please tell us something that you wish we had brought up tonight.
I wish I had more time to talk about taxes. Thank you. Thank you to the League of Women for hosting this and for the audience for attending either in person or remotely. If God willing, and I'm elected alderman, I will be a watchdog for the taxpayers, I can assure you. I've done that my entire 39-year career in state and local government. One example was when I spoke out to keep old City Hall, some refer to it as the old courthouse, for government use. Our local city has a space problem. Our police department has been bounced around for years, and Chief Coring is currently in a 2,500 square foot rental in which we're paying $60,000 a year rent with escalation clauses in that contract for 5 years. The old courthouse is probably valued at close to $15 million because of its location and historic value. I spoke out to keep that courthouse in the hands of Southport. The alternative, to give it away for $1 a year rent, and then force the city to go out and build a brand new police department and renovate 2 existing buildings, which might cost as much as $20 million. So we're going to give away a $15 million asset, and we're going to spend $20 million. No, I couldn't accept that, especially when Chief Coring spoke out publicly that the old courthouse would meet his needs. I'm always going to speak out to protect the taxpayers. I've done it my entire career. Some of the things that I've done, and I hope you'll get one of my cards out front before you leave tonight. And it pretty well tells you a lot about my history. I'm proud of the service. I'm proud of my service. Somebody on social media said Paul Gross's awards are not what they're cracked up to be. Well, Mayor Hatem, I appreciate the award you gave me. I appreciate it. I appreciate the Longleaf Pine Award that a former governor gave me. And no, I'm not giving them back because I appreciated them. Thank you again for attending tonight, and God bless and take care. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now on to Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, your closing statement, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Paul, first of all, thank you for the service in North Carolina. You did a great job. We're proud of you, and you earned every award there is. Unfortunately, I haven't gotten none, but Congratulations to you. Foremost, thanks for coming out. I do appreciate your vote, your support. There's a lot of great candidates here. The mayor's out there, JP's out there, so everybody's done a great job. At the end of the day, I am not running for office to get a stipend. Okay? I won't put that out there. It's not about getting a stipend. It's going to hurt me worse. It's going to help me on my taxes if you don't know the truth. But I work for you. If you elect me, I'm your voice. I don't work for the mayor. I don't work for the other board. All we going to get along, we're going to agree or disagree. But at the end of the day, I work for you. I do not want to see government overreach. I want to protect the residents and their properties. I want to protect, and you took my thunder, Paul, the courthouse. I want to see Todd moving the courthouse. I want to see the police department back here in the middle of the city. It's accessible. It meets the needs. And I just cannot imagine giving that courthouse up. We can have Todd and his staff down there. Another thing I'm very, very passionate on, we have to have a plan for the cemeteries, perpetual care, columbariums. Larry and the cemetery committee does a great job, which I'm part of, but we got to have a plan for that. There's so many great things that we do within the city, but it takes money. So we have to be better stewards with our money. Look what we can cut, look what we can add, wherever the case may be. But at the end of the day, if it wasn't for our city staff and the job they do, we wouldn't have a city. So the employees do a great job. So at the end of the day, you have a choice who you want to vote for, but I promise you, if I'm elected, I'm your voice. I will not miss a vote. I will not put a vote off. I will be here to do what I need to do as an elected official. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Mosteller, your closing statement, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. And thanks to everybody for being here. This is a really hard thing to do. If anybody knows me well, they know I like to have a lot of preparation and be able to have all my papers with all my preparation and research on it. I love Southport. I spent a lot of time over the past months before deciding to run again. Ultimately, I'm here and I decided to run again because I felt like I had invested a lot of time and energy and gained experience that, and I'm a hard worker. So I believe that I came to the conclusion that I needed to continue to serve at your decision. And so that's why I'm here and that's what I'm willing to do.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Bray, your closing statement, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. I am shocked, surprised that the courthouse is 1 year after the decision was made to put the police department and the council chambers in the building. It is still being talked about as if it's a campaign issue. This election is about the future of Southport. It is not about renegotiating or debating settled issues. It's not about individual prowess either. It's about the future of the city that we live in, that we have the ability to influence. The town is full of very talented people. Some of them are elected, some serve as volunteers, some keep their mouth shut until something really bothers them. We need all of those people. It takes a village for sure. Anybody who volunteers within the various organizations that make up Southport institutions knows the town is run by volunteers. We need people in elected office that understand, that have a talent, bring something to the table because of their background, but also have the commitment to grow Southport in the right way. I was compelled to run this time, 2 years ago, and now this election, because I feel as though at the time of my life, I have some wisdom when it comes to local government. Running a financial operation such as a small local government, small city like Southport, is very different from a big organization. There's so many things we need to know about as elected officials, so much education we get here because of the issues for the town. We don't always make the right decisions, and so we need citizen input. I think that I'm at least as willing to listen as I am to deliver public comment. And the only thing I've been able to do for the last 2 years, because I didn't get elected 2 years ago, is stand at the podium. And I hope that I've been able to raise issues that other people care about. I hope that it inspires other people to stand at the podium and, instead of feeling as though their fate is not in their hand, stand up, like as what has happened with the Historic Preservation Commission, the design standards. It was a model for public participation. I'm so happy to have had this opportunity to, make decisions by compromise. That's what it's about. And I want to be right in the thick of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Mr. Carroll, your closing statement. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. And thank you to everyone who's here and for listening to us. I too would like to be in bed by 9. Couple of things. I think that for each of us, perspective is what we need to take a step back and look at. Perspective. Who do we hang out with? What's important to us? And for each of us, that's different. For some of us, it is the trees. For some of it's property rights. For some of it's protecting our historic charm and character. So you can't be everything to everybody. It's a very, very difficult place to be. What I do know is that everybody here, I have to believe, is only doing this because they love Southport. I'm not saying that $1,000 a month isn't a lot of money, but in perspective, I could be doing a lot of other things. So it's not about that. That's not what's important. I do enjoy serving. It's difficult. Couple of things that were said tonight. Dialogue. I love that. I think that when I sat down with Representative Miller, who I have a lot of respect for, if you sit down and you ask him questions, he'll answer them. You may not like the answer. You might think there's a different way of going about it, but he will sit down with you. He'll have coffee and he'll have the conversation. During those conversations, I've learned. Robert, I asked for somebody from the city to go talk to these people, and it didn't happen. And, the ETJ was stripped from us. Probably should have been done. I hate it. But if you look at his reasoning behind it, pretty decent reason. The de-annexation, the same thing, and it's perspective. So if we had gone and talked to those people and had those conversations sooner, neither of those two things might have happened. Second highest tax only after Bald Head Island. I think that's fair. I think this is the greatest municipality in the county. I think we have a lot to offer, and I think we are, do I want it to come down? Absolutely. Yeah, everybody does. Nobody wants to pay more taxes, but we also have to look at the outside influences. I hear a lot of talk about number of employees. How can you just say that a community of 4,400 people has to have X number of employees? Go to Charlotte. Do they need the same number of employees that we have here? Does BSL, if they had 4,400 employees, need the same, or 4,400 residents need the same number of employees? You have to look at it from perspective. What do we have? What are we offering? And how do we go about it in the best way? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Crosby, your closing statement, sir. You have 3 minutes.
I would like to thank the League of Women Voters, Nikolai, for staying up so late. We appreciate that. All the folks who are still here and who are listening at home, thank you for coming out. This is the democratic process. And I believe it or not, I've actually enjoyed it. And I just found out if I get this job, I get paid. It may not come as a surprise to any of you tonight. I'm not a politician. I never aspired to be a politician. Have I been in the public sector? Absolutely. 34 years as a police officer, 12 years working for the State Department. I hate to even admit this, but 45 years ago, I took an oath to defend the Constitution of the United States. And for my entire time since then, I've never wavered from that. If you elect me as alderman, I can assure you I will not waver from that duty. That is in me. That is in my DNA, integrity, telling the truth, and supporting the people that need it. As a police officer, I went to many scenes of a heartbreak, and needless to say, and Chief Corian can allude to this, probably domestic scenes. We showed up there and we leveled the playing field, and we tried to make sure everybody's taken care of. And I want that for this city. When we talk about the different topics, I could talk about infrastructure, I could talk about taxes. A lot of that's already been covered, and I agree with pretty much every candidate up here about those. Some things we do need to think about. Disparity. Is everybody being treated equally? Are the lower income people being treated the same as the higher income people? Are the from here's being treated the same as the come here's being treated equally? The businesses, the residents. I am all about everybody getting a fair shake equally. That's where we should start. The other thing that has hit home to me, and I've told you folks here, I feel like I grew up here. I haven't been here but just over 5 years. I do feel like I grew up here. And I tell you, I love seeing young families moving here. I love to see families walking down the street with their kids. That's our next generation. We can do a lot of things right now in the current board, and if I'm on the board in the future, we can do a lot of things in the moment, but we got to look down the road. That was part of my job as in my roles as a police officer, to look down the road. What do we see the train coming down the track? And can we do something about that train before it hits us? So that's part of my goal here would be, if I'm elected, is to look down the train tracks. What can we expect, and what do we need to try to prevent? And I want to thank you all very much for coming out tonight.
Thank you, sir. And thanks to all of you. Please give him a hand, y'all. Ms. Mosteller is right. This is a lot of preparation, and we thank y'all for coming out and answering these questions from residents. Thanks to everyone for submitting questions. Thank you again for your responses, town council candidates. We encourage everyone to visit vote411.org for personalized ballot information and to make your voice heard on election day. This forum will be available for replay with the City of Southport YouTube channel. So if you missed a question going to the bathroom or chatting to your neighbor, check it out. We'll also be airing it on WHQR at some point. Get home safe, y'all. Thank you very much.